organizing committee of this international conference. We thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. A great scholar he is, and may I also inform you that the wife is also here, a very beautiful wife for that matter, Professor Echendo Ademba. We welcome you. We welcome you. We welcome you. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We want to bring to date what we are actually doing today. And to do that is no other person, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, but the man who is in charge of this great institution, a great scholar, young intellectual, substantive Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, who has just bagged an award from the Oxford Academic Union, Oxford University.
Vice Chancellor, we love you. We love you, Professor Simone.
Professor Charles. Okay,
we love you so.
I love you too. Thank you. Thank you very much. His Excellency, Chief Anyim Pius Anyim, past President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, His Excellency, Chief Nyanwodo, President,
former of Ohanes and Dibo, and former Minister of this great country, Federal Republic of Nigeria, High Excellency, Ambassador Bianca Mebojuku, the President of Alebo Foundation, Alebo Development Foundation, our Doing and Guru, Professor Zodimamala, the erudite scholar and publisher, Professor Akachi Ademora Zibo, two-time Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and former member of the Governing Council of this great university and the 7th Council of this university, 8th Council. Distinguished Senator Ben Collins Ndu,
deans and directors who are here, heads of departments,
various professors of different departments and units, our great university students, great university students, great university students. I must also recognize in a very special way the comrade chairman of academic staff union of universities, Nnamdi Azikiwe University Chapter, who is our landlord for today, We are presently in ASU Secretariat, the best ASU Secretariat in the whole nation. And it was undertaken and brought to fruition under the leadership of our great college chairman, Comrade Dr. Steve Farr. I also noticed the presence of the immediate past chairman of ASU while here. Please, they want to see the ASU chairman. He was here. Steve Farr. Okay, the immediate past chairman, Dennis Arbodo, I saw that they were sitting behind. Okay, they will recognize at the appropriate time. I want to thank them for graciously making this place available. And we are pleased to be here talking about this great, very important discourse. I must also recognize my very good friend, the director of American Yoruba Center for Policy Development, Professor Yumo. Thank you. You are here. You are all right. Thank you. He came here very early, very, very early, and consistent with his way about topics of this nature. He's here today to learn. This welcome address is presented first in my capacity as the chief host of the Vice Chancellor, but also as the chairman of this session of the occasion. I want to welcome every one of us to this auspicious research conference being organized by our Center for Health and Allied and Legal and Demographic Development, Research and Training. I want to, in a very special way, acknowledge and welcome the keynote speaker, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Chief Pius Agim, past Senate President, past Secretary to the government of the Federation, for accepting to deliver this keynote despite a very tight schedule. It's on record that we didn't need to coerce him for long. We made the request and he had to adjust and readjust his program just to be here today. I want us to appreciate him in a special way. I also want to very sincerely thank and appreciate My Excellency Ambassador Jan Godwin Juku. When we approach her to talk on this, a very funny and emotional issue, but the characteristic with her nature also to contribute to intellectual discourse of this nature. She also accepted and said she will come personally, and she's here personally. I want to say that the resource persons who have been selected one way or the other to deliver one aspect of talk or the other, they have very, very tangible knowledge to share with us today. And that is why when the former president of Ohanes, one-time minister of this Federal Republic of Nigeria, was also approached, despite the fact that he has been contributing in diverse ways to various discourses here at our university. He also accepted and said he was going to be here in person. I want to appreciate Chief Nyawodo. Thank you very much for coming. When I saw them this morning, and you can imagine they were here, many of them were here before 8 o'clock this morning. Yes. I must publicly acknowledge all of us for coming. The erudite scholar, our own Akachi, she came all the way from Lagos And as you see, they say old soldiers, they never die. When we also approached her and she accepted, they said she'll be here, a person to deliver this. We want to thank Professor Azikiwe for finding time to come. The Doyin of Igbo tradition, the president of our Igbo Development Union, he has been doing this, he has been talking, he has been expressing very excellent views. And we also approached him. I was thinking that he would say, I'm tired, I've been doing this for so many years. But I saw the chairman told me that I've accepted that he's going to come. I said, is he coming personally? He said, he's coming personally. So I want to thank you, Professor, for being here. In fact, I was shocked when I saw him this morning. I said, so he made it. So we thank you. We are pleased. Nnamdi Azikiwe University is blessed to have this caliber of persons coming to talk on a very important topic as this. So we're indeed very glad and blessed. Not to talk of our brother, the distinguished senator, who is more or less a family member, coming from time to time. Thank you again. I consider this international research conference with the theme 50 years post-Nigerian Civil War, issues, challenges, and prospects towards national integration, justice, peace, and security, has been of monumental importance. The landmark time frame of 50 years after the end of the Civil War is considered apt to look back at the factors that precipitated the Civil War, to look at the present as to what extent we have engaged those challenges, and therefore chart the way forward towards forging an enduring path to justice, fair play, and national integration. With the caliber of speakers at this international research conference, which is a forerunner to nationwide research on the same subject to be conducted by the Center, I am optimistic that useful ideas and recommendations will be generated towards building an enduring peace in the country. I once more want to welcome us to this international research conference and wish us fruitful participation. Thank you and God bless you all.
Jesus forever. Oh, Jesus forever.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, round of applause for our own dear Vice Chancellor and the chairman on today's occasion. We thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Mr. Chairman, so all distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to go into the keynote presentation, which is very, very significant today. Because for those of us who were in the trenches during the war, we will understand it better. Ladies and gentlemen, may I humbly invite the University Orator, Professor Chike Okoye, to present the keynote presenter. Professor Chike Okoye.
Thank you very much. I have learned something new, not to stand on the existing protocol, but to perch. Sometimes when we stand too much on it, it will break. So I will start by, once again, really acknowledging my Vice Chancellor, Professor Charles Okechukwu Simone Ulukana Chukwu. Thank you very much for making all these things happen. Of course, the insignissime, according to the Latin people, not insignissimo for you students. It's actually the opposite of insignissime. Senator, His Excellency, distinguished Pius and Pius. Please round of applause again. All of my life of water, or wherever. Should be happy. He's here. Ibuke is a household name. Chief John and Nyawodo. I will deliberately not say a lot of things about these people here, and I will expect you students to Google them up. That's why you're here. Google all these people up. It's a very lucky day for all of you. Our two-time senator, only can employ part of us. Senator Ben Collins, no, once again, in a Melanian man. Her Excellency, Bianca Kuchubu, Ambassador. I thought I could hold myself yesterday when I saw her. I found my hands shaking a little, but I didn't tell you, Her Excellency, it shook just a little. Professor T. Yongwala, I will still not wash my right hand after shaking you, having used 2 of your books. I will continue saying it till my students go and look for your books. The literary mommy. No, him. Don't mind the way she looks. There are lots of things you will learn today if you stay long enough. Let me quickly rush through this biography of our keynotes, then we plunge straight into the business of the day. Nnamdi Azikiwe, born on the 19th of February 1961, is a vigorous problem solver, crisis manager, and consensus builder. He was the Senate President of the Senate, and Chairman of the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Senator Anyim presided over the Senate, that is the upper national legislative house, and chaired the joint sitting of the National Assembly, which includes the House of Representatives. Senator Anyim, by sheer political sagacity as the then Senate President, was able to stabilize the upper legislative chamber, thereby giving it tremendous focus and direction. He was number 3 in the national order of precedence after the Vice President. Please round of applause. Prior to his election as a Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and subsequently its President, Senator Anyim held numerous executive positions in the Directorate for Social Mobilization with extensive experience in drawing up mobilization programs, strategies, and manuals for the Directorate's operations. From 1989 through to 1992, Senator Anyim served as the legal advisor stroke social justice coordinator for the Directorate of Social Mobilization, MAMSA, headquarters at Abuja. In that capacity, he advised the Directorate on numerous matters affecting its operations, presented it in court, and coordinated the social justice activity programs nationwide. From 1992 through to 1997, Senator Anyim served as head of Protection Department National Commission for Refugees at its headquarters at Abuja. There, he gained broad experience supervising the refugee eligibility process of the Commission. In this capacity, he also liaised with local and international organizations on all matters concerning refugees, human rights, general protection, and the creation of awareness on refugee matters, in addition to advising the Chief Executive on the implementation of conventions on refugees. Senator Anyim, 60 years old and a legal practitioner, received his Bachelor of Law, LLB Honors degree from Imo State University in 1987. He was called to the Nigerian bar in 1989. He thereafter proceeded to the University of Jos, where he obtained his Master of Laws, LLM, in 1996. He's a Christian, married with 3 children, and hails from Ishiabu in Ifo, local government area of Ebonyi State. In May 2011, Anyim was appointed Secretary to the Government of the Federation, that is the SGF, by President Goodluck Jonathan. He is assiduously working towards strengthening, deepening, and extension of the frontiers of democratic culture. That is why we brought him here. The rule of law and due process in Nigeria. His Excellency Senator Nnamdi Azikiwe has faith in a better tomorrow, and he thinks it is about time for Nigeria to bear the fruits of its great potential as a nation. Little reason we called him here. No wonder he is here for us to deliberate on these things. He has many honors, but I'll just mention one. He's the holder of the 2nd highest national honor in Nigeria, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCOL. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote presenter, distinguished Senator Nnamdi Azikiwe, GCOL.
Oh yeah, loba, 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 loba.
Well, I'll be quick to observe that when the university orator stood on the existing protocol, that the protocol broke down. So certainly, I'm not in a position to review the protocol, but let me simply recognize the Vice Chancellor who is moderating this session. And I cannot afford not to recognize my leader, the most outstanding President General of people of Ohanese Ndigbo, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and a man I have admired from a distance, at close range, and a man I am scared to speak where he is to speak. When I realized that he was going to be in this conference, I looked at him because the organizing committee sent the program much later to me. I was going to speak. Professor Wala was going to speak. Bianca Ojuku was going to speak. I called this, I said, VC, why must I attend this conference? So VC encouraged me. And I said, VC, also on a second note, this is going to talk about the Biafran War. I was not part of that war. Why do you want me to speak on this topic? You again encouraged me, so I managed to come. Are you there? So, if you don't get what you want, forgive me. Hello? Keynote address delivered by Senator Empire Sami at the International Research Conference on 50 years post Nigerian Civil War, issues, challenges, and prospects towards national integration, justice, peace, and security, organized by the Center for the Health and Allied Legal and Demographical Development Research and Training of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University of on today, the 6th of July, 2021. Let me clarify that I was not part of the war. As at the time the war broke out, I was about 7 years old. There were only few memories of the war that I have. One, that at a point, my family moved from our family home into the bush. And we struggled to feed while we were in the bush. And we were not steady at a place. We moved from one bush. Whenever my parents and the entire family hears the sound of whistling or
is a great challenge for me. But I would also want to say that at least in the last 30 years of my life, I've been actively involved with the affairs of this country. And if we are to talk about after the war to this point, I think I've been involved enough to have some experiences to share. And that's exactly what I am going to do. So taking off from this point, let me say so I couldn't talk to him. I avoided him. I didn't want to come near him at all. But then I had no window, I had no room to maneuver. So ordinarily, he should be the chairman of council, and we can entrust the institution in his care, and we'll be sure that he will deliver. I want to say, sir, Chief Wodo, I was on a very tight corner, and I apologize for that. It was not deliberate at all, but because I was in a tight corner, I wouldn't have submitted people's denominations will go from the states. So I did that. Again, I apologize. Now, when the university was when the council was to now engage the then vice chancellor, the vice chancellor before you, the council ran into turbulence. It was a difficult moment for the council. So, and I was told that some people from the university said it must be somebody from Anambra State or never. And the trouble was building up. There were going to be demonstrations and all that. And I was scared to my bone marrow. Because one day the president will call me and ask me, "NGF, what is happening?" And I didn't want that to happen. And he would just ask me and he would say anything again. And I said, if Chief Modo were a chairman of this council, we wouldn't have such problem. But it has happened. So I was confused on what to do. I didn't know what to do. Then I remember, I called the Senator Okoro. I said, "Senator Okoro, is there no way you can help me stabilize the council so that merit will grow? I don't know the actors. I don't know who wants to become what. But let the person who qualifies most become. The council should have a process. Let them run through the process, and the best candidate should prevail." Senator Okoro appeared helpless. And I remember that we had much later replaced Chief Modo with Senator Ndo. And Senator Ndo had not reported to the council. So I now called Senator Ndo. I said, "Senator, have you reported to the council?" He said, "No." I said, "No, they have problem. Can you report to the council and help me stabilize the council so that merit will prevail?" He agreed. They reported in the midst of that confusion, and I can say that Senator Ndo stabilized the council. I want to say that that stability made it possible for merit to prevail. And I am sure it was because merit prevailed then. That is why maybe merit prevailed in the production of the next vice chancellor. And because this university had continued to put square pegs in square holes, round pegs in round holes, that is why the state university have been on the path of steady progress till today. The need to do the right thing and to do it properly is actually the foundation for the stability of any institution and for the progress of that institution. Mr. Vice Chancellor, I want to again congratulate you. I didn't know you. And when I was told that the university is thinking this way, I mean, with respect to this program, conference, and maybe as part of your anniversary, I said, yes, the university is on the path of growth. The university is on the path of stability. The university is in a very competent hands. Congratulations. Now, back to my paper. I have a long introduction to this paper. I will discuss post-Nigerian Civil War. What was Nigeria like before the Civil War? I will discuss what the university is about doing today, that is to say, trying to measure the mood and the full opinion on what the country had been since after the war. I will consider an example of a country or some countries that had passed through civil war and had come out good before I return to discuss the Nigerian Civil War. Hello? So I will start from the post-Nigerian Civil War. I want to say that civil war was a common occurrence in traditional societies. In Nigeria, the escapades of the Oyo Empire, the Kenan Bonu Empire, the Benin Empire, the Arochukwu warriors, and so on are recorded examples. What is interesting about all this is that at the advent of nationalism or the establishment of modern nation states, the traditional differences were never an impediment. What obtained in the traditional communities in Nigeria also occurred across the globe. Before the advent of modern nations, there is no nation that didn't have different component groups fighting each other. And today I know there is a very popular saying where is being quoted that Nigeria is a mere geographical expression. There is no nation that is not a geographical expression. The fact is that multiple ethnic groups come together to form a modern nation, either by negotiation, by force of war, or in the case of Africa, by foreign forces just putting you together and helping you become a nation. So it is a common thing across the globe. But at the point of forming modern nations, one way or the other, there is usually an impediment to that, no impediment to that. Civil war in the context of modern nation states is always a cause for concern because it is usually born out of misunderstanding between or among communities or ethnic groups that hitherto came together to form a modern nation. Research has shown that pre-modern nation differences will remain a trigger for conflicts, except if the modern state is properly welded together by equality, equity, fairness, justice, and at times by human and economic development. I dare say that building a nation out of multi-ethnic nationalities requires deliberate planning and efforts at all stages. It requires conscious and constant review and management of the conflict triggers that ultimately undermine national consensus and unity. These triggers will always spring up as the different ethnic nationalities interact and compete for space. It is the responsibility of the leadership at all levels to evolve broad-based strategies to preempt the triggers and diffuse them before they snowball into national crisis. In my opinion, our response in this regard has been rather uncoordinated, haphazard, and devoid of a coherent strategy backed by data. In 2011, Roper Center, 150 years after American Civil War, conducted studies and opinion polls to measure public perception about the cause and impact of the American Civil War. And let me say that I use the example of Roper Center to actually endorse and approve what Nnamdi Azikiwe University is about doing. The measuring public perception, measuring public attitude, pulling opinion on situations of the society and the country to say, must not be the responsibility of the government. Non-governmental organizations can undertake that. And I think that Nnamdi Azikiwe University, by engaging in this with respect to post-Nigerian Civil War, has actually decided to press the trail. In our case, I may ask, have we ever measured the public opinion and mood of the various ethnic nationalities in Nigeria since after the Civil War, or even since after independence? And the answer is no. After the war, we changed from parliamentary to presidential system of government. Have we measured public opinion on which works better for us? The answer is no. Have we tested public opinion about our federation among the multiple nationalities in the country? The answer is no. I must say that constant measuring, monitoring, and analyzing trends in opinion and attitudes will help policymakers provide policy responses to feelings of alienation, marginalization, and anger. I cannot overemphasize the need for academic research and statistics to measure views, the mood of society, beliefs and trends and perceptions. It is therefore my view that this conference is not only timely, but will scale up the rating of Nnamdi Azikiwe University as a socially responsible corporate institution. Let me also say that 150 years after the American War of Independence, when Roper Foundation conducted that on the actual cause of the war and the impact of the war, you still had divergent opinion. About 48% believe that that the cause of the war was state rights, that's the right of the states against the federal government. Whereas about 38% strongly believe that the cause of the war was economic, that is abolition of slavery. And the need and the importance of this opinion also now help the policymakers in America to make sure that they are at all times sensitive to the right of the state against that of the federal government. And in a situation whereby you don't measure this, you don't pull this opinion to know exactly what the situation is, then you still find clashes between state and federal government, local government and state government, and so on. So, Nnamdi Azikiwe, you are taking a bold step that I believe will certainly help our country make progress. As a keynote speaker, I believe my duty is to point out the critical issues, ask probing questions, throw up the challenges, and provide research leads towards arriving at the desired solution. I am pleased to know that there are a number of other speakers who shall take up all the issues I shall raise as a keynote speaker and provide answers to my questions. Let me say at this point that the decision of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University Center for Health and Allied Legal and Demographical Development Research and Training to take up this conference is a step in the right direction. This international research conference with a theme 50 years post-Nigerian Civil War, issues, challenges, and prospects towards national integration, justice, peace, and security is vital to the current issues facing the Nigerian states today. It will be fascinating and perceptive of this university to produce out of this conference a fact-based and data-driven research study on the attitude of the various geopolitical zones to Nigerian nationalism and its implication for national integration, justice, and security. The research will present an excellent opportunity to properly situate some of the issues I shall raise in my presentation. Academic researches and studies to evaluate the views and lead the mood of society, beliefs, strengths, and perceptions have become an indispensable tool for planning and development. Nigeria needs to confront its past from the prism of ethnicity and religion as it affects our national progress in terms of productivity, integration, justice, unity, and peace. Research of this sort will rely on facts, informed analysis, and supported by data. We just need to face our past unencumbered by emotions, will enable us to confront our present with knowledge and plan our future with a clear understanding of the issues challenging our nation. Let me therefore at this point congratulate the Nnamdi Azikiwe University for this great effort, which no doubt will amount to an invaluable contribution to building our nation. I shall be simple in my presentation, and for purposes of clarity, I shall look at the examples of countries that have successfully overcome the civil war challenges. There are many countries around the world that fought civil wars in the process of evolving as a modern nation state. America fought its own civil war between 1861 and 1865. Rwanda, 1990 to 1994, and a whole lot of others. For time and space, I shall focus on the example of Rwanda. And my focusing on the example of Rwanda is not necessarily because it's an African country, but necessarily because his own civil war was ethnic motivated, unlike the American Civil War that was economic and humanitarian. So I will take you through the experience, the Rwandan experience. One, Rwanda Civil War from 1990 to 1994. The ethnic tension between the Hutu and the Tutsi ethnic groups in Rwanda took a dangerous dimension after the revolution of 1959 to 1962, which replaced the Tutsi monarchy with the Hutu-led republic. And as I go through the Rwandan experience, you will find out it's almost exactly like our experience. This development forced an estimated 360,000 Tutsis into exile.
A group of the exiled Tutsis founded the Rwanda Patriotic Front, RPF. On October 1st, 1990, the RPF invaded the northern part of Rwanda, thereby starting the civil war. However, the war took a new turn when Rwandan President Juvenal Habyarimana, a Hutu, was killed in a rocket attack while returning from the peace negotiation. This ignited 100-day spree of brutal massacre of the Tutsis by the Hutus. This is generally known as the Rwandan genocide. The Tutsis Rwanda Patriotic Front, led by Paul Kagame, resumed the war, and by July 4, 1994, they seized the capital, Kigali, overran
My father was a minister, but I went to a rural school because all the schools were the same. Chino actually went to one in Ogidi. I'm sure Professor Wanda went to one in his village. But it didn't prevent them from reaching the heights they reach today. My classmate was the junior brother of my father's brother, Peter Enegere, whose brother was James Enegere, my father's brother. When I went to secondary school, I was classmates, two of my classmates were recipients of my father's scholarship. They beat me in physics, chemistry, and biology. I beat them in English, literature, history, Bible knowledge, but they beat me on the objective subjects. And their positions were higher than mine. And when our report card came, while they were battling for first, second, and third positions, I was like fifth or seventh or eighth. My father called me over Nisi for 1 week. It fired my imagination. We had no alternative to practical. I'm sure that those of you who are here who read a school certificate and who read science, your chemistry and biology and physics were alternative to practical. But not so. I am a lawyer and an economist, and I remember all forms of chemical reaction: oxidation, reduction, double decomposition, lateral displacement of radicals, crystallization. I read this thing. I read it about 51 years ago. I remember the fractional distillation of petroleum and how we manufactured petroleum in Biafra using our local technology. Not to talk about how we build rockets. The war devastated these gains in the Eastern region, which was the main theater of war. Our industries were dislocated. Our schools were looted and bombed. Our infrastructure was brutally damaged. Over 3 million lives were lost. The shocking and dramatic effects of these losses remain with us in our schools, in our family life, in our economic undertakings, and standards for assessing success in life. However, we should not rest on our oars. Unity is not an end in itself, and ultimately the best way to sustain our unity is to apply it to achieve a higher objective, namely nation building. In that context, permit me to narrowly define nation building as the intergenerational effort to effectively mobilize and deploy the human and material resources of the state in a manner that assures societal peace, development of human capital and human security, and for the transformation of the physical conditions of the nation. By these measures, we should reflect the state of our nation and the prospects of our youths and generations to come. Nationally, our political system has become jaundiced, unfair, exploitative, and unsustainable. Since attainment of independence, the civilians have not been able to agree on a political structure. Our present constitution and previous 1979 constitution were impositions of the military, as the guest speaker told us, and on representative and dictatorial core, which the military represents, whose decrees were seriously influenced by the lopsidedness of their composition. The military did not choose members of the Armed Forces Republic Council on the basis of geographical equality. They just pick people they like, just like the way they appoint service chiefs without regard to seniority. According to the report of the Institute of Economics and Peace, London, in November last year on Global Terrorism Index, the 10 countries with the highest impact of terrorism in the world are Afghanistan, Iraq, Nigeria, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, Pakistan, India, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Philippines. The World Economic Forum ranks Nigeria 127 out of 138 in Global Competitiveness Index. The World Population Review shares the literacy rate for most countries around the world each year. And in their 2020 report, published recently, Nigeria does not come up at all among the 10 most educated countries in Africa, which include Equatorial Guinea, South Africa, Seychelles, Libya, Mauritius, Botswana, Cape Verde, Zimbabwe, Burundi, Gabon, Gabon, and Ghana. The UNESCO ranks Nigeria with Chad, Pakistan, Ethiopia, and as the worst educational system in the world. Nigeria, according to their report, has the highest number of children out of school and one of the world's most educated systems due to a combination of corruption, conflict, and lack of investment. If you have ever gone to northern Nigeria and see how children beg for money on the road on Friday in their millions without going to school, you know that we're bringing a crisis.
In Human Development Index of the United Nations Development Program, Nigeria ranks 152 out of 188 countries and is the lowest among OPEC countries. The above data points to a bleak future as we march to post-war oil world without a coherent plan to reduce conflict and build a new national consensus. On the positive side, there is a global consensus that Nigeria is highly potentiated. That means it has potentials. With a population of about 182 million people by current estimates, a well-organized Nigeria should be a land of plenty that supports its people and a leader in the committee of nations. Sadly, this is not the case. Almost every Nigerian is agreed that Nigeria is not working, but there is no clear consensus on why or on what to do about it. Some say that it is merely a problem of leadership, and once it is fixed, all other things will fall in place. Others say that it is a problem of corruption. Once you tackle that, everything will be fine. Others say that our problem is one of law and order. Some say it is more fundamental and has to do with the control of resources, structure of the federation, and thus requires more equitable sharing of revenue and the devolution of powers. Others say it can be fixed with power rotation and a more level playing field. It has been said that it could be a bit of all of the above, and that Nigeria cannot be fixed without a fundamental change of values and attitudes. Whatever the case, it will not profit us to pretend that we do not face existential challenges. These challenges are worrisome, especially to our younger ones, who must face the fact that in the next 50 years, it could even be more challenging, and there is a good chance that we could be left behind if we fail to take action today. For instance, it is estimated in some quarters that by 2050, 29 years from today, Nigeria could be the fourth most populous country in the world. That means that Nigeria, which is just twice the size of Texas in the United States, will be more populous than all of the United States of America. Meanwhile, as of today, we have a GDP that is barely 2% of that of the United States of America. At the same time, in the years ahead, we could face very severe ecological challenges that will impact negatively on the economy. The desert is encroaching southwards at a speed of 6 kilometers per annum. Thus, within 33 years, we could lose about 200 kilometers of land to the desert across the north. This could exacerbate competition for arable land in the north and elsewhere with dire political consequences. In the southeast, we could exploit more ecologically induced dislocation. For instance, the government of Anambra State estimates that about 40% of the state is threatened by erosion. In the south, by 2050, we could be dealing with the reality of a post-oil economy and yet have massive environmental degradation that is yet unattended to. There is also the possibility that much of the mangrove ecosystem could be lost to deforestation. Lagos could have a population of up to 50 million people and face unbearable challenges of massive urbanization. We must become more responsive to the world around us, or we and our children will be left behind. These are some of the fears and anxieties of our youth. We have for too long allowed the bitterness of the war and its lingering feelings to dictate our political relationships. The coalition that fought the war is still in control of Nigeria, engaging in rhetoric that fueled the war in managing Renaissance Nigeria. The young men and women who were not part of the war are frustrated by this impasse and this rhetoric. Those who are in the East fuel strong agitation for separation in the face of clear treatment as second-class citizens. War is the primary instrument of military dictatorship, while negotiation and agreement are the essential ingredients of civilian democracy and political diplomacy. Nations are not created and sustained by street warfare. The federal government of Nigeria must instruct its police and army to promulgate a ceasefire and disengage from further unproductive street warfare with IPOB and MASOM. There are no problems which cannot be resolved by negotiation. We do not want any more wars. We have shed enough blood without producing corresponding political results. 50 years after the war, the time is now overripe for a fresh approach. We must immediately commence discussions and fruitful negotiations about our political future. In the era of asymmetrical warfare, war is no more an easy option for states. Therefore, we must negotiate our way out of a sense of national despair to a new national consciousness that unlocks our national challenges and throws up possibilities. I'm happy you have a digital vice chancellor. Look at what the United States did to Iran. United States has shown that you can go to battle without leaving your home. They dismembered an Iraqi general in Iraq and his entire entourage just from a command post in Washington. They fired at his convoy. He had a bulletproof car. They killed him inside a bulletproof car. As his entourage moved out of the convoy, they targeted them one by one and destroyed them. What did they do in Pakistan with Osama bin Laden? Watching his television. Without opening any door or window, they could see him. They could aim at him. They could kidnap him and dismember him in the high sea. This university could be the engine of that electronic revolution. Nigeria, blessed as the richest and the most popular nation in the world, has enormous potentials. Every part of Nigeria can survive as an independent entity. The North, with its mineral and agricultural potentials, can build a strong nation. The West, with its cocoa, oil, indomitable intellectual know-how, and commerce, can build another Britain. The South, with its oil, notwithstanding its declining competence, can transform its area before oil ceases to be a major foreign exchange earner. The East, with our industry, outstanding innovation, and little oil, may still emerge as the wonder of Africa. But none of these little enclaves will rival the capacity of a united and reconciled Nigeria. We must all rise up and save this nation from a trajectory that will make a breakup a more viable option. The challenges ahead are beyond Biafra. Just like the challenge in the northeast of Nigeria exploded in our face and has engaged our nation for almost 30 years. We could face challenges anywhere at any time. In my view, if we fail to build a nation that caters fairly for its citizens and prepares us for the world of tomorrow, there will be new challenges in the future. We must find creative ways to manage a complex multi-ethnic and multi-religious state. History teaches us that no society is static. The status quo cannot endure forever. We must find creative ways to promote political, economic, and social justice within a nation and between the people that comprise it. If not, then we are invariably opening the doors to future threats of chaos, disorder, and societal dislocation. The final challenge of our generation is to show that we have learned the right lesson from the sad conflict of 50 years ago. We must equip our children with a nation that works for all and one that looks ahead. We want a federal republic that will not be perceived as a private property or one group or groups of ethnic groups, depending on who is in office. The categorical destination is a Nigerian Nigeria, under the collective hegemony of the people of Nigeria. In order to achieve this, we must have a flexible federation, strong enough to guarantee our collective defense and protect our individual rights, agile enough to react to emerging tensions and threats, yet expansive enough to allow each state room to develop at its own pace. We must create a national order whereby each state bears the primary responsibility for its own development. Today, a majority of Nigerians are yearning for a restructuring of the federation. The beneficiaries of our current system are resisting it. A famous British Prime Minister, in the wake of nationalist struggles in colonial Africa, said to the British, and I quote, "There is a wind of change blowing throughout Africa. Those who resist it do so at their own peril." Nigeria cannot prosper as it should unless we address some aspects of our current condition. I believe we have enough men and women of vision and experience in every part of this country to help plot a bright future. I commit myself to this path. It may be difficult, but it is doable. True leadership evolves in historical circumstances like this. Our country is at crossroads. You can feel the tension every day. It is palpable. It is potent. It is real. Let us listen to Pius Ani and wake up to change the parity at the moment and claim a glorious document by history. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Rami, we are right again. It is only Ito that can do this. Chief John Nwogo. A more resounding round of applause, please. A more resounding round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. If you have never listened to him before, you missed because this is not exactly him. If he had enough ambience, he would have been more mesmerized. Again, with the authority of the chairman and the director and the chairman of the local authority committee, I have to shift a little again and call on somebody whose exigencies are also heavy enough to make him speak now. I'm calling on another person than Professor Uzodinma T. Nwala. They will talk to us on Nigeria's.
All protocols duly observed. Let me just attempt an abridged citation on Professor Timothy Uzodinma. Professor Nwala was born 79 years ago in Imo State. And he is one of the renowned polyvalent intellectuals. He has done a lot to contribute as an intellectual pioneer and pathfinder to the socio-economic and political development of Nigeria through his researches and scholarly contributions. He belongs to a generation that is coming immediately after those who took over from the white men in the citadels of learning. And I'm talking about the Kenneth Onwuka case, the Nijokos, Jadiela Fibos, Sino Achepes, Risu Chandos, Tuhu Gogonjos, the Emeawas, to Tuntin Tukas, and so forth and so on. He graduated in 1967 as the first Nigerian to take a degree in philosophy in the University of Nigeria, and indeed in Nigeria as a whole. He had gained admission to study economics in the UNN, but his intellectual mentor, Professor Otontin Tuka, veered him away from economics and said he must register as the only student in the Department of Philosophy. From there, he went to the New School for Social Research in New York, where he bagged his master's and PhD. And then later on went to the Oxford University in London for his doctoral fellowship program. He also went to the Moscow University in the former Soviet Union, now Russia. Professor Nwala has been involved in so many developmental projects. The first was that immediately after the Civil War, he founded the East Central State Youth Volunteer Program, which was eventually taken over by the federal government of Nigeria to launch the National Youth Service Scheme. Then shortly after that, in 1978, Professor Nwala was one of those who created the Academic Staff Union of Universities, which till today has remained the most resilient and the most vibrant trade union in Nigeria. He did so with two other intellectuals, namely Dr. Edwin Madonago and Professor Diodunje Ife, when they created what they called the Revolutionary Directorate in 1978, which metamorphosed into ASU. Then Professor Nwala became the pioneer leader of the Academic Staff Union of Universities from 1978 to 1980. In 1989, Professor Nwala was at Calabar when the labor leaders of Nigeria converged to set set up the second Labour Party in the history of Nigeria. And he presented a paper then that was known as the Popular Democratic Front, which laid the foundation for pro-democracy movements in Nigeria to spring up, which eventually paved the way for the fight against the military. Now, the idea of the 6 geopolitical zones was also a seminal contribution which Professor Nwala made when he worked with the former Vice President, Dr. Alex Ekwueme. Because Nwala was an elected member of the 1994-95 Constitutional Conference, and he was very close to Ekwueme, and they had to develop the idea of the 6 geopolitical zones. And so he has remained a very consistent leader and intellectual. And of course, we remember that in 2014, over 2,000 delegates of Igbo extraction gathered at the Igbo Zume Center in Emene, Enugu, for the conference of the Igbo question in Nigeria. And that conference gave birth to Igbo Development Foundation, which Professor Nwala presently leads. So I hereby present to you one of Nigeria's celebrated and decorated intellectual icons, a committed activist and fighter for the restoration of the dignity of the Igbo nation in Nigeria. And in the light of the current crisis bedeviling the Nigerian Federation, Professor Nwala believes that we should return to genuine federalism. And genuine federalism means that there must be the autonomy of the federating regions in Nigeria. And if you are not going to have that, if the leaders are not prepared to convene a sovereign national conference in order to make sure that the regions are autonomous, then it means that they are looking for trouble. He doesn't use the word restructuring. He calls it the reconstitution of the chaotic and monolithic Nigerian Federation in order to make it workable. So it is my pleasure at this juncture to present Professor Timothy Nwala for his presentation.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chancellor, sir, all protocols observed. If my friend Abia had told me he was going to introduce me, I wouldn't have accepted it because any introduction of me here would be an abridgment. I don't want introduction of me to be abridged. When we came in here, somebody asked for a president of us. I don't know whether he's here. What about the secretary? What about the vice chair? Well, I just want to begin with acknowledge and thank them for this wonderful edifice. When I threw my mind back to the beginning, 1981-82, I'm sure Uke is here. You remember our war with your government in 1981-82? They asked. It was a war to help your government to reposition the university system in the country so this country can move forward. As Chief Wodo said, both of us were in Abuja during the conference at Yaradua Center with almost the same thing.
And my presentation today is also a reformulation of what I presented there, adding further reflections since that episode. The title of my speech is Memory and Nation Building, Biafra, 50 years after, a sober reflection. First of all, let me begin by recalling a moment in world history that is analogous to the subject of our discourse, and indeed bears very memorable lessons for our current reflections. I want to refer us to the deliberative drama, the 1934 mock trial of Adolf Hitler for war crimes against civilization, written by Louis Antes. According to this literary episode, Hitler was asked, "You were responsible for the Second World War." And Hitler answered, "No, the Versailles Treaties was." It seems to me that all those who are agitating for Biafra today, if you ask them why they renewed agitation for Biafra, the answer would be, it was the way the leaders of the victorious side, who rather than pursuing the path of general reconciliation, have continued to pursue the path of punitive retribution against those who lost the war. But just like in the case of Germany, that's what Hitler was saying, that Germany went to war because of how the First World War was treated. The First World War, as we know, Germany was completely decimated, destroyed. By the Treaty of Versailles, which extorted bloody pound of flesh on the side of the loss of those who lost the First World War. The victorious side in the Second World War parted there, unfortunately, or incidentally. The Second World War was differently treated. In the case of the First World War, the victorious side punished the Germans for actually rendered them stateless. For the Second World War, something different happened. Unlike the treaties of Versailles, which imposed such bloody punishment on the Germans, the Second World War was padded with the Marshall Plan. And thus, unlike the intended Carthaginian peace of the Versailles Treaty of 28 June 1999, the Marshall Plan brought a relatively permanent peace to Europe that withstood the shock waves of the Cold War, including the Cuban Missile Crisis. In pursuing the lessons of the restrictive post-war treatment of the Biafrans, one would like to ask, when they took all the financial deposits of Igbos in the banks and paid them on the 20 pounds, what did they expect? Results to be. Was it to pacify the Biafrans? Was it to conciliate them, or to have them permanently weakened? When they allowed massacre of unarmed soldiers and leaders, even when they had declared their return to Nigeria, what did they expect? I mean, when they murdered Kadezera, Colonel Lomatevi, in cold blood, and when the war had already ended, when they killed and buried alive thousands of innocent civilians in Asaba, was that a cycle show? I personally escaped being lynched after the war, because my friend, who was my college mate from Asaba, who had joined the Nigerian war, Nigerian army. When they came to my place and learned that I was around, I didn't run away. They sent for me. And when I appeared, and someone gave me in the midst. He introduced me to their commander, Captain Jibo. states. But these are nation states where members are free to walk in and walk out. They are held together by the principle of self-determination. Let's come back to Nigeria. The problem is not so much constitution. It's not so much struggle among parties also. It is the fundamental fact that Nigeria is a multinational state. It's made up of independent nations. And what is a nation? A nation is simply defined as a people of one language, one culture. There may be certain variations. That's what makes for stability. Most countries in Africa today are nation states in this definition. Nigeria is just an artificial bringing together of independent nations. It was old British anthropology that called these nations tribes. They are not tribes. The Igbo nation is as much a nation as the English nation, the German nation, the Portuguese nation, the Italian nation. Same also with the myriad of nations that are being held together by the force of arms in this country. I'm referring to the Yoruba, the Hausa, the Fulani, the Nupe, the Jonko, the Biro, Ogoja, Efi, Tiv. These are nation states that are struggling for their freedom to have themselves. Let's go back to Eastern Nigeria. Some people say the coup of 1966 was as a result of the failure of 1964 constitution. It's not true. That coup was as a result of the internal conflicts, the struggle by various nationalities to assert themselves. They were held together. The 1968 constitution held together the Igbos, the ethnic, the Ijaw, and so on. The Igbos, being the major ethnic group, held the other to ransom. And you see that clearly when Zik lost in the West and came back. They chased, the Igbos chased away Eyeta and installed their man. Because that territory, all the other sub-nations were under their control. In the north, there was hegemony of the Fulani. Aminu was fighting it with the leading Hausas. Taka was fighting it leading the TV people. In the West, the same thing. Yoruba hegemony was being resisted by Igbos over there until Midwest was created. Ask yourself, who are the heroes of Nigeria today? Azikiwe, Sadwana, Abubakar, Awolowo, Taka, Aminu Kano, Joseph, even my friend Rakabura and others. But whose hero are they? Awolowo is not the hero of Igbos. Awolowo is not the hero of the Hausas. Awolowo is not the hero of the Fulani. Awolowo is the hero of the Yorubas. Zik is the hero of the Igbos, even though at some point we're hosting him as a national, international figure. But eventually, Zik was the Zik of Igbo land. He was a warrior of a nation. Ojukwu is not the hero of the Yorubas. He's not the hero of the Fulani. He's the hero of the Igbos. So also is Taka, hero of the Tiv people. So is Aminu Kano, hero of this thing. So what we are dealing with, we're dealing with a political formation that has become anachronistic. That is the problem with Nigerian Federation. What is happening today is that federation is breathing its last, no matter what you do. It's breathing its last. The upsurge is there. Somebody told me that the Hausas have woken up over there and are beginning to kill the Fulanis. The little ones up, don't mind the way they are going. They know where they are going. TV people are strong. Autumn is there. Holy family. So the truth of the matter is that we should sit down. If we want to hasten, overcome all this, sit down and renegotiate the basis of our existence. All these nations, nationalities are stirred. The song of freedom is all over the whole place. There's no going back. The problem with the Fulanis is a problem with anybody who supposed to find himself supreme, holding supreme power over the rest, who forgets the limits he should respect. When somebody has no limits to respect in anything he's doing, he's in for disaster. The Fulanis today feel that they have no limit to respect. Unfortunately for them, they've set aside the freedom of various nationalities. So for us, the common victims of the Fulani siege today, our future lies in our unwavering solidarity. First, realizing that Igbo nation is our home, our eternal home God has created for us, and we must hold it. And just like other nationalities are waking up, working for their own salvation. So the song of freedom is all about the hopeless. The Nnamdi Azikiwe episode is just, I don't want to go into it. But what I pray is that, one, we don't make the mistakes of the war. The man who led us through during the war, a very brilliant scholar, a very committed leader. But how old was he at the time? 30-something. He may have made some mistakes. But I'm sure if he was older, he wouldn't have let Biafra troops into the Midwest at the time. That's one example of some of the mistakes we made. But today, ladies and gentlemen, our task is to build focus on Igbo nation. Biafra is a multinational state. Even though we include Biafra, if you go to anywhere our youth are demonstrating, 90% of them are Igbos. And that shows the extent to which the ethnic are involved, the extent to which the people are involved. Those people in the final analysis are also working, seeking their own freedom to be themselves, to control themselves. Just like Europe has now, this Europe has finally settled down to having nation states. The so-called UK, you know, is UK in name. Scotland is autonomous. Wales is autonomous. Ireland, part of it is autonomous. So the point I'm making, ladies and gentlemen, we should see our problem in the light of the movement of world history, the movement of reality of the world God has created. It was not by accident that he created languages. That is the unifying factor and culture. So the point I'm making is we should understand this. It's not so much constitutional. If the constitutional crisis arises because of this conflict of clash of nation states. That's where you have constitutional crisis. The Fulani is a nation. that developed imperialist appetite from a long time ago. But just like they have been defeated in other parts of Africa, they will also be defeated in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for Professor. We don't expect less from him. I will immediately, before, let us just know that Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka will talk to us on Zoom. He's already been contacted. Emir of Shanga, Dr. Yahya, will also talk to us on Zoom. Salihu Lukman, the Secretary of the Progressive Governors Forum, will also talk to us on Zoom. They have been contacted presently. But before the Zoom speakers speak to us, pardon my adjective, Zoom speakers, incidentally, they're all from the north. We will have less than 10-minute drama skit from the theater arts people to make us regale our eyes and listen to a little bit of, okay? I have been happily overruled. Everybody wants to listen to Her Excellency speak. Who am I? I will also listen and watch. Well, we are heading there. Please, may I most graciously call on Her Excellency, Ambassador Bianca Otumegu to give her own talk. Please round of applause.
Our distinguished host, Professor Charles Isione Lopez, the Vice Chancellor of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, His Excellency, Senator Ayim Parasarin, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, former Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, the former President of Ohaneze Ndibo, and former Minister of Aviation, High Chief John Nyanwode, the President of Alibo Development Foundation, Professor Zodin Mawala, Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Ben Collins Ndu, who has been described as a family member by the Vice Chancellor, renowned scholar, Prof. Akachi Azikiwe. It is really a joy to have met you today here. Professor Joseph Brian Diadinma, the Chairman, Conference Organizing Committee, who has worked so hard on this project. Professor Chike Okoye, the Secretary of the Conference Organizing Committee, who was up throughout yesterday trying to make sure the invited guests were well taken care of. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize Professor Onu, former rector of Oko Polytechnic, who is also here with us today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to say that it is such a great joy to be here. And I would like to commend the Vice Chancellor, the board, and everybody involved in this project for taking up this initiative to conduct this international research conference of 50 years post-Nigeria Civil War. On this day, July 6, 2021, the war actually started today at this very, very distinguished institution. Let me say, first of all, that perhaps my presentation might be a little biased. It is given. And I'm also really centering this presentation on the Igbo experience after the war. And not just the Igbo experience after the war, the topics I'll be delving into, I hope, are topics you as students present here today will internalize, because these are policies that you will be coming face to face with as you leave this institution and you go into the wider world, so that at least there is not too much confusion as to why things are the way they are. The war ended on January 15, 1970, and Biafra was reintegrated into the Nigeria polity with the official policy of no victor, no vanquished, with the planned implementation of the 3 R's: reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. I plan essentially to delve into the rudiments and practical applications of this policy and the policy interventions that were propagated as formulas for healing the wounds created by the war, but in effect, exposed the complexities and hypocrisy of policy formulations which have consistently failed to deal successfully with post-conflict situations. While at it, I also will undertake a cursory analysis of these initiatives in order to determine to what extent each policy has achieved the desired success in addressing the critical national issues of integration and reconciliation. Not few are of the opinion that the much touted 3 R's, far from being agents of reintegration, ended up as a cover under which the Igbo, with other southern minorities that comprised the breakaway Republic of Biafra, right after the war, were subjected to unimaginable punitive economic measures with the payment of a paltry £20 to Igbo depositors, irrespective of whatever amount of money they had saved in the banks. A veiled process by which they were subjected to the harshest set of realities, starting from the predicaments of Biafran soldiers and ex-servicemen who were rendered destitute at the end of that war, to the economic emasculation of the Igbos, who were not only excluded, as has been emphasized by speaker after speaker, from the formal economic sector by the indigenization decree, whilst also reeling from the abandoned property saga. Little wonder then that legal luminary and human rights icon Chief Gani Fawahimi, in an interview published in the News magazine of August the 10th, 1998, was prompted to state, and I quote, "The Igbos still bear the scars of the Biafran crisis, and they are still being treated as if the war is still nascent which is wrong. They have been kept out of security forces of this country at strategic levels. I don't know how many senior police officers are Igbo and the army. It is not fair, if you want to establish one country, to marginalize a majority of that magnitude and importance and innovative leadership, end quote. The manifest challenges of a genuine reintegration of the Igbo into mainstream Nigeria and the lip service approach to the General Yakubu Gowon post-war pronouncement of no victor and no vanquished compelled General Chukwuemeka Odumegwu, Biafra's wartime leader, in his welcome address to the members of the National Reconciliation were either to be dismissed, discharged, or retired without benefits, and only lieutenants and junior officers were to be reabsorbed. Even at that, these officers were to face challenges in terms of benefits and promotion. This decision was so craftily implemented to neutralize an entire generation of Igbo officers and edge out the Igbo from ever rising within the army. It took 40 years after the Biafra War for an Igbo man, Lieutenant General Azikiwe to be appointed the Chief of Army Staff under the President Goodluck Jonathan administration in 2010. In view of the foregoing, to what effect then was General Bowen's post-war speech of reintegration when considered in basic human terms? Over 5,000 police officers who fought on the Biafra side were granted general amnesty only in 2003 by President Olusegun Obasanjo, but had to wait till 2007 to receive their entitlements, a whole 37 years after the end of the war. 50 years on, the Igbo remain structurally disadvantaged in the Nigerian armed forces, as well as inadequately represented. As of today, no Igbo is a service chief in the armed forces, and surviving ex-Biafran soldiers have continued to ask for genuine reintegration and assimilation into the nation's armed forces, if only to facilitate the payment of their pensions. Since the end of the Nigeria-Biafra War, there have been an assortment of other government programs or policies designed essentially to promote, as has been claimed, the integration and reintegration of the various ethnic nationalities. One of the better-known initiatives set out by the federal government after the war aimed at reintegrating citizens and reuniting the country is the National Youth Service Corps program, which came into existence by Decree number 24 of 22nd May 1973. Most of you students will be embarking on this program after your course of study. As you all know, this program is a mandatory one-year service to the country after completion of a first degree for youth under 30 years of age. Participation being a prerequisite for employment and holding public office in Nigeria. The scheme is designed to aid social integration by deploying youths to states outside their states of origin or primary residence, to unfamiliar locations on assignment, to work in areas or fields relevant to the academic pursuit. It was projected at the time that this exercise will provide youth, such as yourselves, with an opportunity for cross-cultural interactions, which would in turn help to reduce interethnic stereotypes, as well as suspicion and distrust, which were prevalent among the various ethnic groups after the war. It was also anticipated that the exercise would inculcate a strong sense of patriotism among Nigerian youth and enhance the levels of social tolerance required to dismantle cultural barriers and fuel harmonious relationships, even promoting intertribal marriages. Well, whether this program has achieved its lofty objectives in terms of integration of ethnic groupings or not has been subject to controversy. The Commission itself continues to be plagued by mismanagement, corruption, and most significantly, the inability to guarantee the security of the lives of the corpers themselves in their location of service. There have been numerous tragic incidents where corpers have been caught up in sectarial conflicts or killed just simply for belonging to a different ethnic group, and in post-election violence. A case in point occurred, I'm sure you all remember that, during the 2011 general elections, where many corpers of Southern descent were butchered by some irate Northern youths. With the prevailing security situation in the country caused by Boko Haram, rampaging herdsmen, or whatever one might choose to call them, the scourge of the unknown gunmen, and with serial reprisal attacks, it goes without saying that intending youth corpers are no longer at ease with engaging in service in crisis-prone areas. It is also given that youth of Igbo extraction, such as yourselves here, would consider their lives at greater risk if deployed for service in certain states of northeastern Nigeria, and perhaps vice versa, in the case of northern youths who were deployed for service in southeastern states. I once met a youth corper in Enugu who told me that he was only shopping at ShopRite because he was so afraid of going to the market because he felt he might be lynched. So this places a question mark on the issue whether this initiative can justifiably be considered a veritable tool of integration in today's Nigeria. There also have been accusations of ethnic bias as well as favoritism in the posting of core members. The reality is that many of these corpers, after concluding national service, have been routinely denied employment in their states of assignment, and they invariably end up being discriminated against and tagged as non-indigenous. More often than not, they are forced to return to their states of origin for employment. It would appear then that the scheme is yet far from the realization of its goal of fostering national integration, and this has led to the recent calls to scrap the program. Another much publicized initiative of integration is the federal character principle. You, as students, when you complete your course of study and you go out to seek employment, especially in federal institutions, will come face to face with this wall of Jericho, especially if you are Igbo. This principle was outlined in the 1979 Constitution and was conceived to tackle the problem facing the practice of true federalism, taking into cognizance the diverse and plural nature of the Nigerian society. It was equally projected to address what has been described as the parochialism of ignorance, which breeds distrust and suspicion among the various ethnic groups in Nigeria. The federal character principle, as it was hailed at the time, was the best option that would promote unity, peace, equal access to state resources, whilst also accommodating the diverse ethnic, religious, and geographic groups in the economic, sociocultural, and decision-making apparatus of the state, with special consideration for less advantaged states. This was claimed to be, at the time, for the overall improvement in the lives of the citizenry. In practice, however, this initiative has ended up eclipsing meritocracy and introducing patent mediocrity, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption into the Nigerian bureaucracy and public service, and by extension, perpetuating the ethnic bias it was intended to combat. The Federal Character Commission has invariably capitulated to the seemingly intractable malaise which affects public institutions in Nigeria today, employing levels of favoritism, of course, which blatantly seem to ignore Nigeria's cultural, ethnic, and religious diversities, as well as its historic sensitivities. The Igbos, as well as other ethnic minorities within the defunct Biafra enclave, have been subjected to decades of official discrimination, with the proverbial glass ceiling which continues to hover over their heads in the Nigerian nation. The federal character principle has been jettisoned in the appointment of service chiefs, judges, heads of ministries and parastatals, federal boards and other government agencies. Igbos have also not fared better as regards their share in federal infrastructures, industries, and the like. From the foregoing, it can also be deduced that the federal character principle has not been fully utilized as a policy of integration, most particularly as a policy to address the injustices of the indigenization decree. The quota system. The quota system, of course, is yet another initiative of integration. The introduction of this model for admission into the Nigerian educational sector came about in 1975 during the military regime of General Murtal Mohammed. It was born out of a need to ensure that those areas of Nigeria considered as being educationally disadvantaged are assisted to achieve similar socioeconomic development as their counterparts in other parts of the country through education. It was also promoted as an initiative that would pacify violent agitations and ensure that various disuniting forces, like the perceived lopsidedness in the educational advancements, which seem to have placed some regions of Nigeria advantaged position for socioeconomic development, and which could continue to propel the fear of domination of one ethnic group over another, are arrested. The reality, however, is that after 45 years of introducing this system in the country's educational sector, the same problems continue to linger. As a result, other ethnic groups which are not beneficiaries of the quota system of admission now have cause to question the justification for the continued implementation of the system. The system designed to address disparities in educational attainments of different sections of the country, purportedly in order to ensure that a certain number of candidates from each state of the country are admitted into schools in each academic year, is now subject to the same controversy. Admissions under this system were not based, as we all know, on state of origin considerations. It was supposed to, actually, yes, it was based on state of origin considerations, supposedly to ensure a balanced representation of the various states of the Federation in the distribution of opportunities. The admission guidelines in unity secondary schools and tertiary institutions prescribe certain cutoff marks, state to state. However, this system, rather than being an instrument of national integration, has become the very opposite, with its implementation constituting a continual violation of the principle of equal rights. The provision of adequate educational opportunities for every citizen at all levels devoid of ethnic considerations as provided for in section 18, subsection 1, and section 42, subsection 1 of the 99 Constitution of the Federal Republic continues to be breached under this policy. It is certainly improper for any policy of the government like the quota system to be seen to violate the constitutional rights of some of its citizens on account of their state of origin. As such, this policy cannot be seen as a viable option for promoting sustainable national integration. Rather, it portrays the sad reality of a government's methodical violation of the constitutional rights of some of its own citizens, while conversely upholding those of others and indirectly encouraging social discrimination of one group against the other. How does one justify, for example, the admission guidelines currently implemented in Unity secondary schools, which prescribes cutoff marks in Anambra State to be 139, Ogun State 131, Bauchi State 35, Yobe State 2 for the male, 27 for the female, Zamfara State 4 for the male and 2 for the female. It then follows that any situation wherein over 70% of Nigerians who apply for admission into schools every year are denied admission opportunities, not because they are not qualified, but because certain factors like their state of origin, as prescribed by the quota system, militate against their prospects of admission, cannot be said to promote integration and national unity. More pointedly, utilizing the collective resources of a country to run educational institutions only to turn around and deny some qualified applicants of admission opportunities into schools on the basis of state of origin cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, be perceived as a uniting exercise. The quota system has continued to provoke deep resentment on the part of many Nigerians, particularly those from areas of the country that have been labeled as educationally advantaged states. These are states, for example, within the southeast and southwest of Nigeria. At present, Anambra State in southeastern Nigeria, like I indicated before, has the highest cutoff mark within the quota system in the whole federation. Citizens in the adversely affected regions remain convinced that the quota system of admission as a policy is designed purely as an instrument of marginalization and subjugation. What has become patently clear is that rather than enhancing national integration, this system continues to pose a grave threat to the sustainability of the unity of this country as sectional resentments continue to fester, most especially among the youth. Nigeria continues to be plagued by political, religious, and sociocultural dichotomies, and this is hardly surprising in view of the complex issues bedeviling the country, issues of self-indulgent political leadership, corruption, weak institutions, and most significantly, the use of ethnic and religious differences as a means of solidifying political solidarity by competing power blocs. The resurgence of separatist groups like the Movement for the Actualization of the Sovereign State of Biafra, MASOB, the indigenous peoples of Biafra, IPOB, in the southeast, as well as other separatist groups in the southwest and south-south, the Boko Haram crisis, all these have fueled the spate of protests which have turned violent in recent times, as well as the current state of heightened insecurity and tension in the country today. These remain a serious indictment on the various reintegration policies embarked upon by successive federal governments and continue to cast a spotlight on the deteriorating material conditions of the people of the Southeast and the feelings of collective victimization which have continued to reinforce and sustain these agitations. The debate on whether to restructure or subject the nation to a referendum continues to rage on. The major difficulty facing the Nigerian government today remains its apparent incapacity to concretely address the challenges of nation building and by extension, peace building, and its perceived inability to strike a balance of economic development along its ethnic divisions. It therefore becomes imperative that to achieve national integration in Nigeria, the government at the center has, first of all, to demonstrate a genuine and sincere commitment to giving all ethnic nationalities that make up the Federation an equal sense of belonging, as well as an equitable share in the Nigerian project. There is the need also for the different ethnic groups to discuss and agree on thorny national issues such as zoning of political posts, boundary adjustments, indigene versus settler disagreements, militancy and youth restiveness, resource control, religious fundamentalism, and intolerance, amongst others. In conclusion, it is an unimpeachable proposition that citizenship rights in any republic is at the very heart of any sincere and sustainable integration or reintegration agenda. And for the people of the Southeast, 50 years after the Biafra War, citizenship is so ill-defined and ill-protected that even the itinerant Igbo is still made not to know when and how he is a citizen anywhere in Nigeria. They are a people denied the cure for the ravages of a war which ended with a no victor, no vanquished slogan, but yet a people surrounded by the lingering pain of defeat. A sincere commitment to post-war integration does not create a continuous state of occupation and siege where police and soldiers have taken over roads in the south in pole-to-pole vindictive checkpoints, and customs officers continue to mount roadblocks with the attendant extortions, especially along Igbo trade routes. Reintegration should not translate to a multiplicity of taxes levied upon Igbo traders and the patently unfair patterns of the assessment, the constant shifting and relocation of markets by some state governments as part of the ploy to compel Igbo traders to develop new hamlets. Reintegration should neither involve the systematic deindustrialization and the lack of investment in commercial industries in the Southeast, nor the post-war indigenization policy that ostensibly excluded Igbos from a share in private companies or denies them employment on an equal basis in the federal bureaucracy and government-owned commercial institutions. Reintegration should not connote a blatant lopsidedness both in state and local government creations. It does not involve the neglect and systematic decay of federal roads in the Southeast and the downgrading of its airports and its non-inclusion in the National Railway Plan. Reintegration should not advance a broad daylight and brutal annexation agenda of Igbo ancestral lands by sheer force of arms under the guise of open grazing, or subject helpless villagers to mindless massacres by Fulani herdsmen in Igbo farmlands. Reintegration does not translate to subjecting unarmed protesters who make legitimate demands for their rights to brutal clampdowns whilst treating armed bandits in the north and killer herdsmen that have invaded the south with executive indulgence. Reintegration does not involve reminding the Igbo at every turn and opportunity that they lost the war and therefore must continue to be held down by state-sanctioned shackles which preclude them from aspiring to high public offices and, most importantly, from aspiring to lead a country within which they are said to enjoy full citizenship rights. And no, reintegration is not tantamount to adding salt atop the injuries of a race that have experienced firsthand the horrors of war by making inflammatory remarks to communicate to them in a language they will understand. Ladies and gentlemen, are the hallmarks of victimization and marginalization, not reintegration. We are not merely a dot in a circle or a blot on the landscape, and any honest and sincere intention to integrate and reconcile Nigerians must begin not with artificial policy constructs such as those highlighted in this presentation, but with these seemingly mundane matters which fundamentally affect the lives, the existence, and the pursuit of happiness for all citizens, irrespective of tribe and creed. Thank you for listening.
That's Her Excellency Ambassador Odinaka Chukwu Olivia Bianca Odumegwu Chukwu. More rounds of applause, more rounds of applause, more rounds of applause. The expression beauty and brains is already happening here. So just enjoy what you have seen and regale it for the rest of your life. Her Excellency, thank you very much. Let's immediately have 5 minutes speech from the theater people. Please, right now, we don't have time. The table has overruled me again.
Now, one speak to you now. Speak no reduce clear. You guys don't close the gate. Never open the gate.
Are rejoicing. The students and staff, they are rejoicing. Thank you, sir, for being who you are. I want to thank beautiful and elegant Bianca Ojukwu. All the time in the media. This is the first time I'm meeting her, and I'm very, very happy to meet her. What you represent in the land. Now, I want to stand on the existing protocol, which we've come a long way and we spent quite some time here. So I assure you that I will not bore you with my presentation because I'm going to make it as brief as possible. Besides, most of the speakers have said one or two things about what I want to say. So I don't want to repeat what they have said. I have a paper of about 18 pages, but I'll just cut it short and read what is essential and what hasn't been said. Now, my topic is on claims and counterclaims. But as Bianca did, I focused on the Southeast Igbo land because I believe that truly we are the people who are marginalized in Nigeria. Most other people complain, yes, they may have one or two issues. For instance, the Yorubas, I do not really think that the Yorubas are marginalized in Nigeria, even though they claim they are. It looks like this claim of marginalization is everywhere. But I know from experience, I'm old enough to know, you young people, you are not old enough maybe to know what the Igbo people have gone through. I was a young schoolgirl during the war, and I listened to Senator Anyam talk about how they ate lizards and whatever. We also ate rats and lizards in our time because there was no food. So we have felt this marginalization right from the time the war ended. We are still feeling it. So let me just do my presentation, and I crave your indulgence to pay attention to what I have to say. It is important at this point, at this crucial moment in our existence as a people and as a nation, to reflect on the Nigerian Civil War, or what is better known as the Nigeria-Biafra War, the first civil war on the African continent, and its repercussion for the purpose of regional and national reorientation. To this end, this conference is timely and necessary, and it is hoped that the outcome will be instrumental to charting a new course of social and political redirection for Nigeria in general and Igbo in particular. It is somewhat revealing that a war that ended 50 years ago has remained in the consciousness of millions of Igbo inside and outside Nigeria, and in the minds of Nigerians from other geopolitical zones. It is an indelible mark in people's psyche. Why has the Civil War remained a topical issue in spite of the efforts to ignore or even suppress it by our governments, both at the national and state levels? This suppression is seen in the reluctance of subsequent Nigerian governments since the war ended to write the history of the Nigerian Civil War. No history has been written about this war. Nobody talks about it. Because most youths, especially those from other Nigerian ethnic groups, know little or nothing about the war that almost dismembered the country. However, whether they know the details of the history of the war or not, there is no doubt that the youths, and you are all youths, that the youths and even adults war has many consequences which have triggered and so to most of the institutions, such as US and Germany, their own war and crisis. For instance, to the South by rebuilding the damages caused by the war and by giving the South a sense of belonging that it had lost. The German government brought together both the East and the West, and they took time to rebuild the East. They spent so much money. I remember I visited Germany when they were doing this, around 2002. And you see how much of going on in Eastern Germany after the fall of it. This is what our after the Civil War, last 50 years. These are things that have happened as a result of the unspeakable acts that these was destroyed. Destroyed. that some include agitated IPOP, led by and the Khan. And there's also another shot at secession by the Yoruba people, led by some corners of them have not been addressed. That is the problem. Others are militancy in the Niger Delta, kidnapping, mass poverty, Boko Haram insurgency, banditry, to mention just a few. So the impact of the war goes on and on. It will not stop until the causes and the lessons of the war have been addressed. So I want to skip some places. Now I want to talk about post-war realities as a catalyst to the claims of marginalization by Igbo. I'm focusing it on our people now. From the beginning of the war in 1967 to the time it ended in 1970, and even till now, people have had different perceptions of the Nigeria-Biafra war, depending on what part of the country they come from, and how the Nigerian crisis of 1966-67 affected them. However, the general feeling among Igbo has been that the war was unjust and was fought by Nigeria to destroy the Igbo people as a continuation of the pogrom carried out against them in northern Nigeria and parts of western Nigeria in 1966. The loss of the war heightened the fear of Igbo, especially when there was no serious effort on the part of the federal government to rehabilitate the Igbo people, who were virtually ruined by the war, economically, socially, politically, and psychologically. Ndị Igbo who survived the war were crippled economically and were left far behind the other situation when indigenization policy was promulgated soon after the war, and Igbo did not have the financial clout to partake in buying assets and investing in the industry. I want to see some places again. Now, the claim that Igbo are not wanted but treated as second-class citizens in Nigeria also persisted since the end of the war. The revered Igbo leader, Dim Chukwemeka Odumegwu, drew attention since after the war in a letter delivered in Enugu in March 1998, titled "No Peace Without Reconciliation." The renowned novelist Chinua Achebe was clear when he echoed the same sentiment in his famous book, "There Was a Country." And he said, the Igbo were not and continue not to be integrated into Nigeria. One of the main reasons for this backwardness, in my estimation. Some other prominent Igbo leaders and intellectuals have aired their views on the condition of Igbo following the end of the injustice. And one of the foremost intellectuals and thinkers with the images from the Sun newspaper now I close fund for development, and I quote, when the report it showed that over 400 billion naira has been committed to the North Central, 300 But not all had ministry. So that was the Northeast received 114 billion. The government of Goodluck Jonathan got only 74 billion naira. Can you see the disparity for development? Kenya also criticized Muhammad Buhari on his leadership style and the lack of inclusion his appointment of people who work with him. He remarked that, I quote him, his first action in the 6 months indicated he had already made his mind those who are his friends and he will work with, and those who are his when he lost it. On his part, an acquisition of the program of 1966 and the now I want to jump again. A vocal priest who on social political issues in Nigeria as a result of bad politics is the Methodist prelate, His Eminence Samuel Chukwuemeka Kanu, who believes that people's fear, especially in Muhammad Buhari's administration, is genuine. He says that the majority of the people of the Southeast are aggrieved. They felt that after the war, they have not, and those who participated in the war are not the important. Continued, cannot comment on that. A lot of people have talked about it. Even in the, and now I want to say a few things of the media personalities. Media practitioners, journalists, reporters, bloggers have always been at the forefront in providing insightful and well-articulated criticisms or commentaries on the fate of Ndigbo in Nigeria since after the war. Claim Agui, a well-known columnist in Daily Sun, does not hide his perception of the war and subsequent happenings in the past 50 years it ended. According to him, I quote him, the Igbo had no top echelon government to present their case. Under the current federal government, Igbo representation is abysmal and fall extremely short of the constitutional provisions for the reflection of federal character in the appointment into important government positions. No arm of government, the executive, the judicial, or the legislative. Chinua Achebe argued that Nigeria's economic policy since after the war, starting with a sum of £20 approved for each Igbo depositor of the Nigerian currency, regardless of the amount deposited, and the indigenization decree of foreign companies were made to stunt or even obliterate the economy people. And so was and second-hand clothing, which were trade items at Igbo. Like other writers and intellectuals, Achepe put out the massacres of people in different parts of the country, with the federal government turning a blind eye to these acts of terrorism and the killing of Christian Southerners in waves of the ethnic religious violence happening under the watch of, I quote, a corrupt and incompetent and mediocre political system. Igbo writers and intellectuals from outside Igbo land are of the opinion that Igbo people have had in the hand, nothing since the war ended. Femi Tanikayode has said so several times. I'm sure some of you have read his comments or his articles. He has said so several times in his weekly column on Tuesdays in the Daily Sun newspaper. But perhaps explicit comments come from Ruben Abati, a veteran journalist and former senior special assistant to the former president, Goodluck Jonathan. According to Abati, I'm quoting him, the state not stopped taking off heads of Igbos in the north. They do so periodically, even symbolically, I guess, to remind, using the word Igbo is not home, to remind for the island the marginalization of the people as a function of their lack of political discernment and wisdom. In other words, the Igbo are largely responsible for their own suffering. And according to him, it is this lack of political wisdom that is partly responsible for the continued marginalization of Igbo people, unquote. This book, from which I quoted, was published in 2001. The next section of the paper, I'm going to suggest, it's just the last statement of my paper now. I want to suggest the way forward. How to end this unending marginalization that our people are suffering. So I titled the segment, The Way Forward, Ending the Marginalization of Igbo and Other Groups. The inability of succeeding governments as a center to unite the multiple ethnic nationalities in Nigeria and bridge the gulf between the major religions in the country is responsible for the magnitude of division, disaffection, and resentment that fester in the nation persistently among different groups. The fear of domination and annihilation by groups who find themselves at the mercy of the more powerful and privileged groups have fueled the claims of marginalization by the disadvantaged groups, especially Igbo. Injustice is seen today to be a major threat to the survival of the country as one indivisible entity. The contention is that some groups in the country are seen as sacred cows, while others are seen as underdogs. Consequently, there is increased animosity between groups coupled with claims and counterclaims of marginalization by groups in different parts of the country. However, we have concentrated, as I said, on the Igbo case. It is appropriate at this point to examine the solutions profiled by various people with the aim to change the condition of not only Igbo, but also other ethnic groups that make up Nigeria, thereby addressing the issue of marginalization. Perhaps it is to Chinua Achebe's book, There Was a Country, that we must first turn to extract what I consider to be a concise statement of the problem and how to solve and end it. Achebe perceived the problem as arising from persistent failure of leadership. According to him, I quote him, Nigeria has been doomed to witness endless cycles of inter-ethnic, inter-religious violence because the Nigerian government has failed woefully to enforce laws protecting its citizens from wanton violence, particularly attacks against non-indigents living in disparate parts of the country. Unquote. Then Achebe goes on to suggest how the cycle of killings, which started before the war and has continued, can be brought to an end. I quote him again. This mindless carnage will end only with the dismantling of the present corrupt political system and banishment of the cult of mediocrity that runs it, hopefully through a peaceful democratic process. Unquote. He insists that people must be accountable for their actions, and those who do wrong must be punished according to the law. Just as politicians must not be allowed to have access to the petrodollar, and all looters of the treasury are to be prosecuted. He wants justice to reign in the land and advises that Nigeria should revert to the former regions or create equal number of states for the geopolitical zones in order to be fair to everyone, to every part of the country, and correct the injustices thrown up by the 1966 crisis and the Civil War. The decisions of the Sovereign Conference organized by the President Jonathan's regime were not implemented before the end of his tenure, and the Buhari regime has made it known that it has no intention to implement it. Goodluck Jonathan himself called on Buhari to implement the 2014 confab recommendations, as reported by Emma Njoko Idenison. Indeed, many Nigerians, including Igbo, believe that the decisions reached at the conference were the best for the country. These people have therefore called for the decisions to be implemented in order to return Nigeria to the path of true federalism, which they perceive as a system that can empower the different parts of the country and make them self-reliant. Thus, restructuring Nigeria will ensure that Igbo and other ethnic nationalities would have equal rights and a sense of belonging. Every citizen of Nigeria must be regarded as a citizen indeed. The problem of corruption, marginalization, and ethnicity can be taken care of if a strong justice system that is not controlled by the executive arm of government is entrenched. That's another suggestion. In addition, the culture of impunity will die if justice reigns. while freedom of speech, the press, and human rights will be strongly observed. If these take root, then it will be possible to have free and fair elections all over the country. And Nigerians will be in a position to vote the right people into power. According to Chinua Achebe, the right leader is one humbled by the trust placed upon him by the people, willing to use the power given him for the good of the people. It would appear from the course Nigeria's experience has taken in the past 50 years since the war ended that she has not been fortunate to have this kind of leaders. Let me move forward. I want to conclude now. My conclusion. Though the war ended in 1970, Nigeria has not known real peace since then. It has been one crisis after another in the past 50 years. Nigerians have witnessed increasing social tension. There has been an upsurge in ethnic conflicts, religious clashes, insecurity, militancy, and insurgency. Masob and IPOB that preach nonviolence have continuously insisted on the actualization of Biafra as an independent state. Sunday Igboho and his followers advocate an independent Yoruba nation. The Niger Delta militants have been active, and their militancy has increased with the advent of the Numeracy administration. The Boko Haram insurgency has continued to consume innocent lives and destroy property. Bandits are ravaging parts of the north and are even coming down south. And Fulani herdsmen have been involved in an orgy of bloodletting in parts of the north central, southeast, south, and even southwest. No part of the country is safe from their acts of violence, kidnapping, rape, mass murder, and arson. They have sacked many communities, rendering thousands of people homeless and destitute, and nothing is done to restrain them. The federal government has done little to bring all these crisis situations completely under control. Muhammad Buhari's government does not appear to know how to handle the volatile situation or win the goodwill and trust of people, especially in the Igbo. Winter Fatima Tinubu's advice, which I referred to earlier, particularly to Igbo, is relevant to Igbo. Buhari must heed the advice to unite Nigeria and run an inclusive government that will allay the fears of the minorities in the South-South as well as the marginalized Southeast, the homeland of the Igbo. To this end, federal government is advised to dialogue with aggrieved groups and zones instead of threatening them or using military might to suppress or cow people or even murder people. The abduction and arrest of Nnamdi Kanu is raising a lot of dust at the moment, and his case must be handled with care and wisdom so that the fragile or uneasy peace in the country is not destroyed. On the other hand, Ndi Igbo must take their own fate in their own hands and ensure that the exclusion game is brought to an end by uniting as a people and fighting for their rights as citizens of Nigeria. They must repossess their spirit of Onyaga na Nwanne, work harder to restore the values bestowed upon them by their ancestors. They need to stand together to secure their future and freedom, as well as that of their children and future generations. ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered, all of us, academics, workers, politicians, businessmen and women, cultural activists, and cultural producers, media experts, and analysts. Let every idea we discuss here at this great conference not end in this hall, this university, this city, but let us take it to all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria or wherever our people reside. Let us organize, strategize, and resist wisely. Finally, let us spread the word. These are uncertain and anxious times for Ndibo and other marginalized groups residing inside and outside Nigeria. At home, we are apprehensive, almost crippled by fear and trauma, especially when we travel outside our zone. But even in our zone, we are not safe. Now is the time to strategize and act wisely and decisively. Posterity will not forgive us if we fail to act. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for Professor Agachi Ademora Azikiwe. When you see me coming here, I believe without any equivocation that you will agree with us that we made the right choices for everybody in this panel. Please, let's clap for ourselves. Thank you. Now, quickly, let us remember that like the microcosm of the major issue we're discussing, which is the macrocosm, if the current polity is not working, you change to what works, what is feasible. All the things we wrote out here and the way we planned it seemed not to work exactly the way we had it, but it is working in another way. I think Nigeria should also emulate from what we just did here now. You can't work and men cannot work. The important thing is that it is working one way or the other. Let us not forget. Let us remember that people were slated for this and they deserve to be recognized. Somebody like Professor Godwin Ono, please let's clap for him. He's supposed to be the chairman of the first plenary session. Professor, if your wife, Mama Monke born a literature, she's supposed to be the co-chairman of the first plenary session, and the moderator was selected to be Dr. Henry Du Afubunge. Where are you? Dr. Henry, please let's clap for him too. And this session now we are going into, which we have already cut out a little by what Chief John Nyawodo told us, is headed by the chairman, Professor A.U. Nonye, who just stepped up. Please, a round of applause for him. has graciously granted us leverage to read just the concluding part of his paper, so that at least and I've asked Vice Chancellor, please. This is from Salihu Lukman, Progressive Governors Forum, Abuja. The title of the paper, which will not be read by me, but by Dr. Alex Ubuja, just the last part of the paper, is titled Nigeria's Democracy and Challenges of Federalism, Neglected Task of Political Parties Development. Dr. Alex Ubuja of the Department of History and International Studies, please help us out. Quickly, 2 minutes tops. Thank you. I'll just move straight, talk 2 minutes on the paper and hand over the microphone. Let me start by saying that Salihu Lukman sends his greetings and thanks the Vice Chancellor for insisting that this conference would hold. It's written here in his paper because the times that we are in call for a dispassionate deconstruction of the entire narrative and the experiences that led to the Nigeria-Biafra war. Like Professor Okoye introduced, the title of this paper is Nigeria's Democracy and the Challenges of Federalism, Neglected Task of Political Parties. I quickly glanced through his paper, and like we stated earlier, the conference is to generate data and information for an ongoing research that we are doing, which is far larger than what we are doing here. So I would say that he looked at how political parties can be constructed as agents for Nigeria's political and socio-economic development. And in this paper, he has asked the chair of the organizing committee to say that the summary of what he had in mind is that every Nigerian, despite ethnic affiliation, religious affiliations and the rest of them, that we must have to keep the things that divide us aside and come together to forge a strong, formidable national front that will take us to the desired nation state that we have always wanted. Thank you so very much. So the paper is received by the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that brief presentation. Mr. Chairman, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we've done so well today, and we've come to the end of the program. But before we close formally, it is my honor and privilege to invite the chairman on today's occasion, who is also the chief host and the vice chancellor of this great institution, to do the chairman's closing remarks. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. I believe we've had a very fruitful time. We have done what we do best as intellectuals. There are lots of lessons we've learned from almost every presenter this particular conference. But the primary lesson we want to take home is that what we have done today is actually the foundation. It's work in progress. We have lots of researches to do, and the research about what we ought to do even hereafter is greater than what we have been doing in the past. And so I want to use this opportunity to challenge Chaladrat, and then to challenge a lot of our institutes. Incidentally, Professor Yunonyo is not here. The American York Institute for Policy and Strategic Planning, they're supposed to come in handy, and other relevant departments and faculties to interrogate lots of issues that, led to the Civil War and issues or policies that came after that. A case in point is what the ambassador aptly pointed out. I was just taking note curiously. Challenging us to interrogate how far policies like NYC, like federal character policy, like quota system, how far migration. The perception of the public, perception of our different segments of the society, what happened during the war, and how we are fared after, will actually be carried. Such studies have not been carried. So from this conference, we have been challenged, and I want to assure us, all our speakers, and I want to assure all our staff and students who are here that this is going to form the beginning of erudite pragmatic lectures that will be commencing getting the issues that have been in this particular conference. I want us to seize the opportunity to thank our speakers once more. All of them from beginning to end. Father Ike, Pius, and speakers who, one way or the other, contributed. When you listening to Bishop Ike, even though it was Zoom, it was as if he was holding us live. And above all, I think we need to congratulate and thank ourselves. All of us who are here, the professors, our students. I think we need to clap for ourselves. When this conference was being planned, the major purpose was to stimulate, in the minds of our students, because they have lost the sense of history. And the agitations you see everywhere, it's not you and I who will be carrying placards everywhere. They are this one. So we purposefully wanted this to be a student-centered event. We wanted them to be here, wanted them to listen to the elders, and then to carry this story, carry this history. And so I'm happy that all of them came. Several others are involved in one activity or the other. We're just commencing the semester, and some are on vacation, some are around, but we want to thank these students for finding time to be here. I pray that God will bless you. Finally, I want to ask and sit and crave my indulgence. Tomorrow, there'll be another session. Lectures will still be going on here. The same way you have come here, I urge you to be here and to make sure that the history, and you can see it can't be the same. Sitting and listening to all these our guest speakers, these are people you see ordinarily on the television. Akache Zibo, Professor, Ambassador Bianca, all of these persons, look at Ikukehe. These are not people that you see ordinarily, and whenever they come and see how they spend time to stay with us, please, tomorrow we'll have another exciting session, and I join all of us to be here and to carry the story of this conference. Let's keep that hope alive. I want to thank the chairman of the LOC, Professor Brian Adoni, wonderful team in a very special way. The reason why I must confess publicly, the singular reason why I made up my mind I will stay from the beginning to the end today is the kind of effort and zeal that I saw Professor Dima and the LOC put in the planning of this conference.
For 3 months.
I'm supposed to be in Abuja today. You know what? How it is with the vice chancellors. The summoners us were supposed to be aside. That's why I was busy answering calls. I was supposed to appear before National Assembly today to defend one thing that happened in 2015. They said public account unaccounted for long term in 2015, and the Senate committee that they set up. Okay. Very soon you see on TV that this but I now told the chairman, I said today, I mentioned the name, and that's why I cancel every engagement. I said I will be here. from the beginning to the end.
Sure.
The
And
purpose
where's
to
the guys who
attach
can hack us?
as we're here, I don't know if the state sent the panel, the station panel, they booked it before to come and understudy what we are doing. They set up a visitation panel, and they chose that they were coming today to
and where's the whole panel now?
understand what we have done to turn the place around in so short a time. But I thought, and I was just telling the
I was expecting like you.
That's why you must clap for me also.
Not was not to so. The only way is to begin. I got a little Bob.
Please, we thank the Vice Chancellor and visitor. As you were answering calls, I was also sending messages and telling colleagues not to write query against me for telling the students to remain here. I know you will protect me. Good, it is on record, I'll be protected. Let us remember tomorrow is going to be heavily packed, like the Vice Chancellor said. Let us also endeavor to be here. Professor Kechukumafo is here, he's a panelist. Professor Richard is a panelist. Professor Julia Nomba, Professor Carol, Dr. Alex, Professor Nonya, Professor Cliff. There are many professors here that will be panelists. Tomorrow is the meat of the affair. Please let us endeavor to be here. We thank you once again. I will call on the co-chair, Professor Godwin, to say the closing prayer. Please, may we rise. Thank you very much. Remember, council chambers, professors, deans, deputy directors, HODs, special invited guests, council chambers. Thank you.
In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Father, Lord, Daughter of peace and lover of concord, you made this day possible. You were with us from the beginning.
President.
But we thank you for the life. We thank you for joining mercy to all our invited guests. We thank you for our Vice Chancellor who is presiding over this historic event. We pray, Lord, you continue to protect him and grant him the wisdom to face the challenges of administration. Father, we pray for successful journey. Those who have come here today, may they reach their destination in peace. Be and abide with us. Help us and give us the strength to come back here tomorrow to continue with this historical assignment to better our society. May all honor and glory be unto thy holy name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
tomorrow. You will come tomorrow. If you come tomorrow, me I will come.